This video is going to be for YouTube, and I'm going to go over this puppet creator in Moho really quick. So when you go to Character Wizard, it allows you to create a character and movement, right? So I'm going to show you how everything is kind of pieced together. Um, but for this, as far as movement, you can make adjustments. So step distance, step height, which would be, if you have it too low, it looks like he's just sliding around. A little bit more, start to see the legs pick up. Torso bend, which is super crazy, and I usually will turn that all the way off. Arm swing is a little bit crazy as well, right? Maybe right about there. Steps per second. So let's see. A little bit too slow. Looks about normal. Alright, so I'm not sure if I went over this, but this is basically the way the tool works. It allows you to modify the clothing, change it to black, and then pants, shirt, of course. You can make this shirt long instead of short. Like so. Style here, it gives you the option to change skin color, hair color. So let's see, orange, right? Stroke color, this is just basically how thick the outline would be. You can reduce it or increase it as you will. I'm going to turn it off for now. Clothing, we went over that. Movement, we went over that. Looks a little bit more normal walking cycle there. They have other movements that you can create. Jumping movement, kick, wave. On these actions, you can create actually your own actions in Moho as well, but most of the time I just use it for the walking cycle. If we go to face here, it allows you to change all kinds of faces you can choose from. Got a lot of options there. Neck, generic. Neck width allows you to make the adjustments. Head top, so, you can change it if you want alien heads like that. Head in the middle, stretch or shrink. Alright. Head bottom, you can make adjustments there. Mouth, you can change the size of the mouth, the height. So if you look here, you can change height. Eyes as well, got size, make them bigger, smaller. Height, meaning where they kind of sit on the face. And then spacing, how close they are together. Head props, these are like hats and different things that you want to create for your character. What else? These horror adjustments, if you are doing what I would call a head turn, and you're trying to kind of get a template, what you can do is configure the head any way you like, right? And then if you have a screensaver, you can kind of screen save how frequently you want the action to be submitted. Usually they count these down from what you call front facing to the side, then to the back, to the side again, right? So if we're talking about the actions, how many different images will you have to create to get the head turn? So if we're looking front way, say like this, right? How many images do you want to create for the head turn? So if, on standard, this depends on what you're doing. It could be 3. Disney, I think there may be 6 per movement, and basically all that means is how many movements or images does it take for the character actually to be facing sideways, right? So if I wanted to use 3 images to get to this, right, this sideways, so basically it would be, maybe here, that'll be 1, then 2, then 3, right? Or if you want it to look a little bit better, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So think about 6 images to create that head turn movement. You can go online. They have a lot of different. Actually, I would say go to YouTube, because they do. There's a couple of YouTube videos that I watched that breaks this down. The difference between how many images does it take to actually have like an animation. So based on whatever quality cartoon or illustration you're trying to do, that is a big factor in how many images will it take for you to get that first or I'm sorry, how many images it takes to get to basically you're doing a quarter of a head turn. So if you're looking front to the front of what we call a fourth wall, if you're looking front, right, how many images does it take to get to the side of the ear, and then how many images does it take to get to the back of head, and then how many images does it take to get on the reverse side of the head. Basically 4 different variations, but the sequencing as far as how many images it takes to get to that that quarter of a head turn. I hope I'm making that clear. I'll probably do a diagram later. But so character wizard, go back to this. Vertical is basically up, down. Say you want the character to be looking up. I sometimes will use this as a template, and I'll use my screensaver, right? And let's just say I have just a neutral looking towards the fourth wall, like this. Let's move these glasses out of the way. Alright, and it's not going to do a full turn, but say I'm looking to the fourth wall, right, out towards the camera, right, and I'm trying to draw, or I'm trying to sequence character going from looking at the fourth wall to looking up towards the sky, right? So the end result should be this, right, compared to where we started. So if we start right neutral in the middle, not looking down, right, not looking up, but just in the middle, like so, how many images will it take for you to get to the character actually looking up. So if we look at this as a same way we looked at the sequence of, you know, side of the head, back of the head, the other side of the head, and then front facing again, the same thing would apply here. So if we're animating the character looking up, if we go to 1, 2, 3 separate images, right? Now, when I'm doing the template, if I use this as a template, I can just use a screen grabber, right? And just use that as a template to help me make sure that the eyes are going upwards. And then again, you can create this head, any kind of head that you want to create, right? And you can play around with that in Moho as well. But this is the character was. So if you go to body here, same thing. You can make adjustments. Height, how small your character is. Torso height, legs get manipulated, right? Head height, bigger head, more smaller proportion in the body, right? How big the belly is, right? Legs, width. I'm sorry, no. That's hip width. I'm sorry. How far are the legs spread apart? Leg width, like that. See, right? Muscle, meaning how skinny, how thick you want the legs to be. Foot length, make adjustments there. Arm, same thing. Long arms, smaller arms. Shorter width. Arm width. Hand length. Small or large, make them large, right? And these are all the different things that you can play around with. I'm not going to keep this, but for the character wizard, when you do import it into Moho, it gives you the option to either have an export of all what they call all views, and all views is going to be your front facing. The next is going to be the quarter turn, then side, then back, then I'm sorry, back quarter turn, and then back, another quarter turn, side, quarter turn, front facing, and then all the way back to the front. Excuse me, almost choked to death. So what was I? All right. So when you do import them all, you have the ability to erase the ones that you don't want to use. So let's go back. So if we go back. So say you just want to have the front, right, and then maybe the side or corner turn, right? You would just export all, and you would be able to import all of them into Moho. I'm going to cancel this because we already got a character. So basically what it does is when you do import it, it'll give you a breakdown here of all. So this is my character here I created. And I'm going over this because there was a the video I think I did before. A lot of times when I do the video, I just do a rough. I don't do a fully kitted up character. I do have them, but usually when I'm drawing, I'm trying to figure out how many different selective as far as stance on the character that I need, and then I go from there. So I think I did a video before where I was moving the arm, and there was spacing in between the body and the arm. And there was like a gap in between. So that's what I'm going to go over here. So first of all, let's bring our bones up. And this is basically the body. This is the neck. But bring the bones up like so. So let me go. Let's see here. And we're going to get rid of this body part. So if I open it up, I'm just going to be looking for the body. Okay, I think it's maybe under torso. Nope. Let's go more. So, upper arm. Hmm. Okay. Forearm. Shin. Okay. Let's see. What is this? That's the head. We don't need that. We don't need that either. Let's go back to front. So let's remove this one. Okay, I see what I did. So the neck and the body kind of is in one vector here. Alright, so let's go. I'm gonna just fix this real quick so we can get a better idea of what it should look like. Alright, so there we go. Now let's bring everything back for a second. We don't want the head. Let's see if that's kind of right. So if we look at all these pieces, they're kind of done in threes. So let me open or put this arm out like so. So first of all, let's move this walking cycle. Edit, copy. Sorry, edit, copy. Edit, paste, and we'll erase this one. Alright, see if that go back. Alright, so this one here, edit, cut. So I just moved the walking cycle out of the way because I'm going to just show you the way you can import. So all of these pieces here, let me raise up this arm show here and get rid of that neck. Alright, so if we look at the arm, and you're going to see how this joint here bring these two pieces together, right? And when I say everything's done in threes, meaning that when you create your character from the character wizard, there's three pieces that are a part of the arm, which is going to be let's go all the way to the top here. Alright, so we look at the arm, so we have the forearm, right? We have the upper arm, and then we have the hand, right? So one arm, three pieces. Same thing with this arm, it's three pieces. The legs are kind of set up the same way, so if we look at the legs here, these are done in threes as well. So you're going to have your shin, your foot, right? And then the thigh, like so, right? So if you do the breakdown of legs and arms, legs are three pieces and arms are three pieces. You got the thigh, alright? And you got your shin, and then you got your foot. So if you kind of think about it in that way, where the arm has three pieces and the legs have three pieces, so thigh, shin, and foot. Arm is going to be upper arm, make sure I go over that other one. There we go. So the arm, like I said, is in three as well. So it'll be the forearm, the hand, and then the upper arm. So legs, arms, both three pieces. And the reason why you don't see a gap here is because of the patch, these patches here. And this is the forearm patch. So if you click on this, we'll erase that, erase this one as well. So if you look for the upper arm patch, is the part that covers this line. So if you click on that, right, for your character, it makes sure that this arm seems to be one cohesive piece, and that's what the patches are done for. And that's what you can use these patches even if you're importing like a PNG image. So whenever you do import anything into the character folder, everything inside that folder is going to be associated with all the movements, right? So say you want to import a different arm, you would just go ahead and input it into uh, the character bone folder, and you would basically, instead of having this plain arm here, you would just get rid of that, and then you can put a PNG image in its place. So, and when we do that, although I think I did a video yesterday, when I did that, I did not add a patch to that, right? And there's two kinds of patches. So if you look at this, let's go. So this patch for the forearm, right? Just this middle piece, upper arm patch. We go to this patch here, click on that, and this is the patch between the hand and the actual arm, right? So if I move this, see if you can see this here. That's what this circle is. Alright. And then if I go to the one here, same thing. And the patch is just there, so it doesn't it's one piece, or it covers that line or the break in the line for whenever you set up your characters. Same thing with the leg. So if we go to the shin, that's the patch. Let's I want to make sure I can. So all right, there we go. So shin, and then let's just say the shin and the foot. All right. So if you look here, it's another patch, and that would be, I think it's this one, yeah. So the shin patch is this. All right. And what that does is it makes a cohesive part of the foot and the shin of the character. Right? So that's what that's there for. And then you do that for the other arm, has this, the patches as well, and the legs has the patches as well. But that's how you make sure that when you do import, even if you're using, you can do a vector, but if you're importing an arm that you created as far as a PNG image or any other image that you're installing into the character wizard, you can add patches, and what it'll do is it'll fix the spacing in between your personal PNG character import. So if you import all those pieces, if you break down and cut them down, see here. All right, there we go. So in the same way we looked at that character wizard, right? So it had the upper arm, and then it should go underneath. Right, so, and then the hand. we're just playing around with this sleeve. It doesn't really match, but I just want to. So when you do your import, you would have this arm. I'm sorry, technically the hand, because this forearm technically will be covering it. And I'm not going to be using this. I'm just using this as an example. All right. So okay, 8-6. So the same way that we looked at that character wizard and so once you get your 3 pieces imported, just the same way that we looked at those pieces for the character wizard. So alright. So the same way we did the breakdown of this arm just having 3 pieces, like so, and then hand, and then upper arm. Right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. These 3 pieces, you would just basically replace this with those, and then you would have to create your patch yourself. So if we came in here, we were just like, oh, we're going to just remove this arm, and then we're going to use our own created arm, right? The only thing you would fix as far as the body to the arm, and then this arm, so it looks like one piece. So technically this one you would really only need 1 patch, and that patch would be, find out where this body piece is. I don't think I finished it, but I know it's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. So if we were importing this and replacing our pieces, our body piece with this character here, we don't need a patch on this bottom part. We just need a patch or a patch joint from the body to the arm. I'll probably make a video on this because it'll go into detail. So basically this would be like so. Alright, now so if we're trying to use this as a piece, what we want to do is erase this part here, so this line, so it looks like one cohesive, probably saying that word incorrectly, but I think you guys know what I mean. So it would look like this, right? instead of, and this is like crazy sloppy because it's just vectorized, but um, that's what the patch does. It basically erases this line, right? So then you'll have uh, the coverage. So if I went back here, and we import the body separate from this arm piece, right? And maybe we just need that one patch because we could use overlap in here, and that just depends on, you know, what the characters, your character is doing. 1 second, someone at the door. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So what was that going? Okay, yeah. So that's what the patches are there for, to get rid of this little line here. So let me see, what was the other piece? Alright, so when you do set all your pieces up, right, so technically you would have, just for the body part, we'll just duplicate this. So your import would have all so that edit duplicate. So whenever you have all your pieces set up, so say hand on that side, hand on this side, would be the same thing that you would replace here. So this, this, and this, and then let me remove these here and upper arm. So same way that we have these three pieces that we're going to, well, not for this one, probably do it on a different video. So all three of these pieces, that would be 1, 2, 3, and then of course you would do it on the other side, which are these three here. Alright, and if you look at the patch on the arm, if you go to the so upper arm, alright, so these three are this one, and then the hand. Right. So if you look at these patches here, where it says upper arm patch, so upper arm patch, which is this one here, right? So that'll get rid of the line, because without the patch, you'd be able to see that line would show up. So that line would be there, so it doesn't look like a cohesive piece of the arm. So when you do the upper arm patch, it removes that line for the joint, so it'll remove that, right? And the same thing when we join the body. So if the body was here, you would also have a patch that goes over this piece of the arm, and then also the hiding the part of the body. All right. So if you look at another one here, if you look at this hand, if I move it out of the way, you can see that you can create a space there, or you can use a patch. Either way, it's up to you. Alright, and let me see. So that was one of the questions. Someone was asking me how to get rid of that that piece, and that's how you would do it. You just create a patch. Or not. If you decide that you want to not have a patch and just kind of have this part cover where that jointed line would be, you can do that as well. It's just a lot more difficult to kind of make that work, because you have to use pins to kind of make this work. Because if you look at it, the joint, if you're moving the arm right there, you're gonna have this space here, right? And then if you move the arm here, right, you're gonna have a space here. So I'll probably do a pin video. The way the pins work in Moho, try to use this as a diagram. Close and object. Probably write that outline in there as well for. So I will do a video for how to do the patches, and also do a video on the pins, and it's just basically for all the joints that will be associated with the body and the arm. So Moho has a way to pin pieces down, right? So for instance, say that you have this body piece here and you want to get rid of this little line, right? If you decide to do it this way, where you just have an overlap piece and then you kind of connect it in, right? And what you want to do is you want to fix this piece. So technically this would should look like that. So if we're stretching the arm out either way, shouldn't be able to see any spacing, right? So Moho has a way of kind of fixing that if you don't want to do the patch, and it's called pin. So basically it does the same thing in a way. So say this is your arm, and that you're moving the arm and you have this space here, and then you move the arm here and you have this space here, right? When you pin something down in the Moho, you can set those up. So what it'll basically do is, you won't see the pins, but basically the pins will be, you'll create a pin here, and then you would create a pin here, right? So what'll happen is, when you do move the arm now, it'll stretch. So basically this will stay in place, right? So whenever you do move this arm, instead of the space being here, this pin is going to lock this down, right here, and you'll put another pin here. It's going to lock it down. So when you do make the movement, it stretches and there is no gap. So you can either do the patch method, where you create a patch for the joints, or you can do the pin method. And the pins will, once you use the pins, they're invisible. You won't be able to see them. So those are two options. You can also do stretchy bones as well. And stretchy bones, if you don't want to use the pin method and you don't want to create a patch for your joints, there's what they call stretchy bones. So what I'll probably do is I'll write that down. So we'll do 3 different ones. We'll do make a video about the pins and how that works. I'll make a video on how to use the patches, and this is all for characters that you are not using Moho's character wizard. This is going to be for if you want to create a character yourself, either in a vectored format or a PNG format, where you can kind of adopt these different things to where you don't just have a plain flat character, right? Because when you create this character in the character wizard, there's no shading. Just it's a flat illustration, right? And with doing it the other way gives you the ability to uh, gives you the ability to import your characters that you've already shaded and colored. And the only thing you're going to do there is you'll create a mechanism where um, it'll be the same way like the character wizard's movement effects will translate into the character that you import. Meaning that if you decide to chop up your PNG, or technically this is a vector, so but technically I'm not using it as a vector. It's just I vectorize it and then I put it I changed it to a PNG format because of how clean it looks, right? So let me go and open up something else here. Can't remember which one it was. Alright, so you can tell here that this quality is not up to par, right? So this was basically a vector, but I imported it. If you look here, you'll see this is a PNG image, not a vector image, but the quality is a lot better. It's a lot cleaner look. A lot cleaner look. And some people that do pencils, I've seen them get this kind of clean look as well. But I think what they're doing is they're drawing inside Moho, which is you can also do it, but the shading and everything like that just always takes a long while. So I usually will break down all the different pieces this way, and they're all PNG images, but the quality is a lot better. You can use it as a template as well. You don't have to do it that way. So everything here, if you look at, separate these other ones here. So right on two. Alright. So if you look at the quality, this is a PNG image. Same as these. Right? Same as those here. But kind of breaks down here, but from here it's a very clean looking PNG image that I've imported, right? And you can tell the difference in the quality whenever you put side by side these images, right? So I think that's the question on that one. What other video? Let's see what else I had that wrote down. Oh, so let's do this part here as well. So just transitioning. Someone's asking about adopting what kind of intro sounds or music that you want to use for like opening a scene. So here, when we want to do a trans, trying to make sure this is the red one. Yep. So if we want to make a transition here from one to another, I just use switch layers, and that's what this is. Whenever you create a switch layer, you just go here and you'll create a new group. Once you have something that's inside of the folder, say two things usually, so we would right click on the group that we created, and then we will convert it to switch later. So what will happen here is we look at this and we decide to switch there, and I don't think you'll be able to tell on the other ones. Get rid of that. Alright, 1 second here. Alright, so you can look at a lot of different one second. Alright, there we go. Alright, so someone was asking me about the setup. Just gonna make sure this is straight. fixed it. And stop there. And then the switch. So once we look at this switch layer, I think that should fix it. And we should switch. Yeah, alright, good. So we're just looking in this box right here where the gray is, not the outline. So let me see. So from 24 to 288, you can match up the sound. Usually if I do a transition, I'm going to put it in a different program. But let me see. And a lot of this here is going to be based on how you kind of want it to look. So if I'm paying attention to just the scene and we're just going scrolling, I would say the music should stop whenever you get to the character actually comes on screen. So if we're making choices, so if we go to the loop, we'll go back here. So I would use the bass tone before I go through all of this. In the email, you were asking about not just the transitions from the scene, but what you would do as far as the I guess background soundtrack kind of thing. I would wait to before that happens. I would wait for the character to be on screen before you can kind of slant out the music. So if we go, so 1, 2, 3. I wouldn't use any high pitch. I would use low tones. And I would have it slant out when we do the switch from here. And I think on this scene, this is supposed to go down. So 30 seconds. So what you would do is you would count basically how long that sound should be playing. So when we get to the end of it, so if we're looking at background comes on scene from 24 to 288, like so, and I would start to zone it out right about there, and then when we get to this part, technically the end of a scene, I would use this transition. So basically this would be here, and then make sure. So from here, and then ending here. Okay. And this should go right about there. So this is pretty much what you'll be seeing within the gray box, right? So then, and even if you want to hide it behind the other one, it won't really matter because this will be a close-up coming in. So if we're scrolling here at the beginning of the shot, we're just the background. Technically, you can't see where this work is being done, but that's where I would make the transition. And even if you want to change this, so scrolling over goes all the way down, then we get to this image here. If you want to stop here, instead of having it start immediately showing the truck being worked on, when you fade out the sound for the opening, right? So, and what you could do is you could record while you're just watching the length of time that you gotta fill as far as with the sound. But technically, when we get this should start. So even if we do both, see on the other side, that open. This technically should be trailing off at some point. So it would be let's duplicate and let's copy. So I think it fades out. So if we check it again, so if I'm going back to the beginning part of the scene, which is here, and again remember you're only seeing what's inside this square. I would do my count from, which I already did, but we'll do it again just to be on the safe side. So So on the second run, so I think it's so I think it's here. Then fading there. Let me see what that sounds like. So back here. Okay, so that should trail off there. Alright, and let's match it up. Okay. So let's go back here and so I think it's the halfway point. And cut that. So I think right there, trail off a little bit. Six, four. And again, you can play around with it, but that's how we'll do it. Technically, when it cut to the fade out, I would say, well, for my character, the character's kind of working on the truck. Once you start fading out, you can start to put in the sound effects of like maybe a hammer hitting metal, um, moaning if your character is, having an issue and you use that kind of sound, it will probably work a lot better for the transition because you could fade it out right when you're adding all of the sound effects for whatever your character is doing. But that's how I would start it. Once you have that, you can make a template list of all the sounds and different things that you want to use, which I can. Whenever you have any kind of scene where it's um, happy, those things are reflective in the sounds that you choose. Most of the time, if you're trying to have some kind of epic sound, most of the time they'll be done with horns and like deep drums. Um, they kind of use that for sadness as well, but you can do ad libs and add like different sound effects based on what's going on. Most of the time, if you have a scene where it's either running or some kind of action is happening, you want to try to get that to be a little bit more upbeat. The reason why these work over and over again is because um, us as lifetime going to movies, um, the sound sometimes it'll either be so quiet, well I call it quiet, but it'll be dimmed down in the background because you're um, the scenario in your mind is already keeping pace with that. So when you're looking at any kind of timing, uh, what you look at the beats per minute, 80 is usually, I would say, slower pace, right? The faster you make that tempo, you would just basically double it. So you can go to 160 instead of 80, right? When you have sounds that are like bongos or anything like that, cancel. Chase scenes. Um, the bongos are used basically for, you can use that for that, right? Um, it's kind of, you're blending in um, sound effects. You can lower the drums and then use the car chase scenes. Based on your dialogue, really. So when you do have the everything else, when you have the drums going like that, and you can hear how slow that sounds, right? And if we open, go to the beats per minute. So if we go 160. Okay. Go slower. Now, the tempo here is here, it's 73. So let's go up to and that's 82. Now 90 beat sounds a little bit too fast. So if you're in a car scene or a chase scene, I would say it's usually 80. Alright? So when you get to that point where you're trying to fade in the sound effects, what you do is you would just lower it. So if I go ahead and let's object. Okay. So if the beginning of the scene and you're trying to have dialogue or screeching car scenes, right? So even if you start out here, right? A little bit lower, like right about there. And this would be playing, so once you, if there's no dialogue or those screeching cars or whatever the chase scene is, when you lower this, I would say you can kick that into like half, right, of what it should be. So you're not, the sound effects, screeching cars or chasing is not right. So if you're inside the car, maybe there's two characters in there talking to each other. You can lower that and then bring it back up whenever there is no dialogue, and you can do a sorry about that, or overlap as well for that, and make those transitions. But I would say use drums for any kind of action scene like that, right? So for that, um, the only time you would see things like um, more of a quiet dialogue, you could use the shaker and like the hi hat as well. Um, a lot of times you'll see this, like I don't know, they're trying to steal a painting, or you know, but you would lower it. I would say a quarter, right? And then if you cycle back to it, now if you listen to that, you can say it's like half the speed, right? So let's go back. Here. Okay, stay there. There you go. Right. Now, if you have this in the background and you lower that, right? So if you're panning to a scene, right, and you start to have this subtly come into place. So quiet from the beginning. And then fade in and out on that particular scene. So, say they're stealing a painting, or they're sneaking into a building, or they're trying to steal codes for whatever, right? You would use that template, but you would lower it when no dialogue is coming in. I'm sorry, lower it for the fade in to push you into the scene, and then the opposite would be um, pushing it a little bit louder. You can kind of play with pitch or tempo as well to make sure it's not like the the same sound over and over again. Sometimes that can sound annoying. So you can play with the pitch, um, and then when you're ready to kind of have the dialogue, you don't have to cut it off completely where there's nothing. You can bring it down really low and keep using that like hill method, right? So maybe characters are running around. Hey, there's somebody that's dressed up as a security guard, but he's probably part of the team that is stealing whatever in the building, right? We've seen this 100 times. So fading in and out will kind of get it does something when the tempo is a certain way to reflect what's going on in the scene without doing you know, making the sounds too crazy. So if we lower it and bring it up, change the pitch a little bit, you can use that method for that. The last part would be so you asked about intros. Could be whatever you want. Just depends on um, what kind of script, um, right? So if you look at any kind of low tones, um, low tones, you probably will hear this on a lot of what are those shows that they watch? If you ever see a crime, like those crime dramas where they're reenacting some kind of murder that you know happened 2 years ago, they use that tone, right? So usually the transition between the tone, right, that we're listening for, and you can use that as an intro or an outro based on, maybe the and this is going to be associated with that kind of murder mystery reenactment type of cold case type of thing, right? And when you use the intro, the piano would fade in and out, and you can keep the background to where even if it's really low, right? Maybe not hear it that much, right? So whenever they're fading in, maybe the person shows up into I don't know, the forest where this the murder was supposed to happen, right? When you do the that intro to that, it's going to be repetitive, right? Without the piano, and then if you listen to the beginning of it, it's going to have that intro kind of vibe, right? And you're going to have it glide out. So where you only hear that part, and it'll be lower or higher based on what's going on in the scene. Usually, when they cut to an interview they may be having with, maybe the parent or somebody that's going over some kind of cold case information, um, it's not going to be too crazy to hear those uh, the intro, like the piano intro side of it, right? So your ending, you could use that as both intro and outro. So ding, 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 right? Either way, um, it won't be too overwhelming, right? Because then we want to go back to that drawn out, you know, dark theme horn sound, and we can make that echo, right, for fading in, and then you could pull the piano back in. Um, Maybe they're going to a break, right? So whereas usually it'll be, I don't know, let's think of something that we say. Like when we return, we'll be going over XYZ, right? And they'll cut it out. If they're not, or if you're not watching a commercial, or it's just going right back into it, you will hear the same reflective coming back from the commercial, because the theme is to just have you in that same mode and then to keep you there at the end of it, right? And then when you pull back into it, you can use that low tone, and then you want to go back to the piano for that right? And you can keep playing the piano part and by changing the pitch higher or lower. And if you watch these crime, reenactments or whatever, you'll hear them fade in and fade out, and then it'll be based on the dialogue as well. All of those things will be affected by that. So again, if you're doing something where it's like a crime thing, you could use those pianos, low tones, and you can swap back and forth with the pitch. What was the other one that I was asking me? When you hear anything where it's like a xylophone, usually you'll hear that on, I don't know, a lot of news stations. Or make sure, I thought I muted everything else. There we go. Um, so So usually, if it's a new segment with an intro, you're gonna hear this be lowered and either sped up, right? Because when you first get to it, that's what they want. I don't know. They're gonna cut to a person sitting in a chair that used to be, I don't know, a CEO of a company that was doing something terrible, or robbing people, or whatever. You'll hear that tone, and you don't have to really play the rest. You could just have those first three beats. I'm not tones, right? And then you can use an echo, right? And then you can also use based on what the interview person is saying. So when you hear them speak about, the person's in the chair, and well, this guy, he came from this big bank, and then he moved over to this bank, and right before they kick into whatever's supposed to be the bad thing, you could hear that same low tone, right? And based on whatever they're trying to get across, they're going to use sounds like that to drive home a narrative, either of untrustworthiness, um, with those tones in the background, right? Where it's not cheerful, it's more like low tone and bad information is coming up next. So those would be transitions that way. What was the other questions? I can't remember what that was for. What was the? Yeah, I think that would be it on that. Yeah. So any of those kind of things, I'll probably do another video on the um, like more upbeat tones later. So on that one, a lot of times when you hear that horn or like the low jazz kind of vibe, you may see that on, I don't know what channels, like PBS. They like to use that a lot for their intros about like reenactment, like dramas or anything that has to do with some terrible thing that happened in the past. Um, you could use those um, that sound. So when those are like a sad, you know, biography on A&E or whatever about like United States and different things like that. Uh, Usually there won't be a beat behind it. It'll just be you can use that horn to reflect and get basically the viewer in a mood of melancholiness. They use that a lot when it comes to that with no drum or anything. It's just going to be sad horns or lowered horns, and you can do that with the pitch. And and then when you'll at the end of it, you may hear them lower that tone, and then when they pull back into it, it'll be either the pitch will be off a little bit, but you'll still be able to hear it very lowly in the background. Usually they'll do that when that'll be the intro part. So whoever's doing the narration, um, you'll still hear that fade in and out, right? So reflectively, what they're trying to do is pull emotion from you. Whenever you take a beat out of any kind of horn or low playing piano, that's all you really need to do when it comes to getting a person's mind into that mood state. Because usually the beat is something either it's going to be reflective of action or an upbeat kind of thing. Um, when they use those sounds. When you don't hear any other like accompaniments, as far as sometimes they may use horns and also piano, and in that way as well, without any beats. At the end of it, if they're transitioning out of okay, now we're looking forward to something being more positive, they may add drums to that those, but it'll usually be at the end of the segment or like at the end of the outro part of it. You'll hear that drum come in, and I think that's it on all the like sad stuff or um, couldn't think of anything else. Yeah, let's stick it there for that. Anything where you're using the shake sound or percussion, um, stealing a painting, um, you know, that kind of vibe, that's what you would use that for. So for the person who's asking about background and the sound effects, um, you want to kind of incorporate all of that and stick to one theme throughout the whole um, feature, if it is a feature. So I think that's about it on that. So what other questions? Again, if you have questions, you can send them to NIIIATREC at gmail.com. Trying to think. I think that was it. Oh, so that stuff all over the place. The wine part. And I'll go over this really quickly here. So I think I went over this before when I was kind of playing around with how to get your character to drink from a wine glass. And I'll go over that really quickly. We don't need that. We need this one here. And let's put all the, you know what, we don't need a lot of these. Edit cut. And we don't need these as well. And here. Um, Inkscape is free for anyone who wants to know. I use it as a uh, for everything, basically setting up scenes and things like that, and of course saving all of these parts. Once you have a fully rigged character, you don't really have to do anything. Once it get you get it cleaned up and you get your patchwork done and everything like that. So yeah, it is probably sometimes it could be mind numbing in a way. But once you get everything situated and all set, you can have that character and you don't have to worry about having to do it all over again. So I always say take your time when you're doing it because it's going to be the most important part. And don't, if you can, if you're working, I don't know, you do work on features or things like that. But take your time. Sometimes I will be pushing the envelope, so to speak, when it comes to. But those are on days where we're kind of just excited about finishing something or laying out something. And I used Inkscape as a storyboard as well. Because if you look at how wide it is, you can kind of keep all your scenes together with all your little pieces, which sometimes can be very, very helpful. It'll remind you where you are. And this one was complete. Yeah, so this goes here. I hope you, if you're on YouTube, I hope you're having good holidays and with your family and everything like that. I hope that's going good. This one was here. And I do pay attention to those. When I usually jump all these things together, it's kind of unorthodox, but sometimes I'm working on other people's kind of projects, and I'm not an animator on the project, so don't do much of that. More of like an idea kind of thing. But you do have to be somewhat creative to kind of come up with a lot of different things. That's scene 3. Sorry about this, be 1 second. So this character was complete. Oh, while I'm doing that, when you're done drawing and you get everything in, you will be able to tell the difference as far as the quality. A lot of people always ask me that question. Like, you can technically you don't have to have the high quality at all. But trust me, whenever you see it laid out, uh, for me, it's worth it. Especially when you get everything rigged correctly and everything's starting to pull apart. And the difference you'll be able to tell right away. Technically, these are both PNG images, right? This is the one that is from when I'm using paint to draw, right? But if you look up close, it doesn't have to be vectorized. I say this a lot, but it doesn't have to be vectorized to give you that clean look when you do import everything into Moho. You'll be very surprised when you're completely done. There's certain things that I've already kind of rigged. I think I'll probably play around with that maybe this weekend coming up to kind of show you like a full I would say scene, but it's not really a pilot. It's just trying to get everything completed by a certain time. But someone's asking me the difference between the two. When I say that I'm putting PNGs images and animating those, it's not from when you draw it inside of Inkscape. Sometimes if I draw something and I want to match it, I can use Playground for that, because and Playground is an AI that used to be something that was going to be very good, because it allowed you to draw your images and you could have the AI basically copy your image and it'll get the color tones and you can make adjustments that way. So even if you do it in black and white, and this, they're going away. They basically just changed their whole format of how they were doing things, which to me was crazy, because it was a very very good easy AI generator. And just the fact that you could draw your own images and import it into the AI, and it'll basically, what it'll do is it will shoot out different variations of your drawing, and then you can choose from the one that, even if you do a black and white image, so if you draw something in black and white and you put it in, well, can't do it anymore, I don't even know I'm going through this, but I'll just go through it anyway. You can install that in, you put your drawing into Playground the AI, and it would basically I call it like laminating, basically, right? It'll give you all the tones, the colors, to kind of get all of those things correct for you. And it was a great tool. So that's why when people ask us, like, why are these two images that are both PNG images, why does one look like this and then the other one look very clean? It's just, basically, when I take this template here, I usually keep the outline and I keep the tone. So if you look at this here, this is not complete, by the way. Let's duplicate it. Duplicate. So if we look at the coloring, that's, for me, is the most important part of everything. So usually what I can do is, when I go back, I try to match this coloring, and this would be this is supposed to be black. There we go. And it depends on your scene. If you're doing a faraway scene, you may not have to get this to be really clean look. But basically, these are all the vectors that were created. Around. And you could kind of maneuver. The other good thing is that whenever we do put this into Moho, you have to remember the only thing technically should be the face. And what I usually do here is you can do it either way. You do a cutout of the eyes. So if I duplicate this here, but I keep all the templates, right? So you would basically make sure this is removed. I gotta work on these nodes. I have way too many when I'm modifying these. And there's a way to do it in Inkscape, just haven't got to it yet. It'll show you a certain number of nodes whenever you create an image. So once we can kind of get the vector cleaned up version of this, we can come in and we can kind of just put everything in place in the vector. But it won't be a vector. It will be a PNG. Vectors are really good at creating your own kind of characters in Moho. But when it comes to like render and getting all of those things done, and this way was a lot easier for me to do it by creating a high quality PNG image. And using that instead of the puppet tool, because the only thing I'm really not able to do is to get the tone and the coloring right. So if you come here, I could do it, but it takes a while. I'll just say it like that. It takes a while, right? So if I go in and we start to, or I start to try to match this, there. There's a lot of coloring and toning that has to kind of be done to make it look like this image, because we use this, it would look very flat, so it's very time consuming. But if I'm able to kind of get the tone that I want when I do it, and then I can come in here and you can also cut all of this other stuff out. It's up to you. Usually the ears, I'll go back and I'll fix the ears. But it'll keep all the tones and everything that I want to keep. And then if I want to make adjustments later, I can. So for instance, if I needed to add a different, whatever shadow you want to add, you can use this method. So if we go to fill and stroke, we can blur this like so. And one thing about Inkscape bothers me a lot sometimes. There we go. So when you come in here, what is this thing? This is irritating me. So if we come in here and start to, fade whatever we need to fade, we can use it to do that. So, see. And you can make subtle changes that way. And the same thing that goes along with the eyepiece. You can make adjustments there. But technically, this is basically for an intro to a little spot I'm doing, so it doesn't have to be super perfect. But if you're creating characters and you're creating like puppets and things like that, uh, just take your time and kind of work on it slowly, and just make sure that the well, if you want that kind of quality, some people doesn't matter, but it is achievable to make something that really looks clean and great. And I'm probably rambling a lot, but since I was kind of busy this week, I looked at a lot of different questions, so that's what I'm doing. So if I'm jumping around between music and the all these different things that you can do to make your illustration. So I apologize if it seems like I'm just jumping from one thing, and which I am, but it's just because of the questions that are coming in. I want to try to get as many of those answered. And let me know, like, if I'm kind of experimenting with different mics. Um, and working on not saying every 5 minutes and doing sound effects. So let me know the quality. What does it sound like? Some people say before on one of them it sounded low. And I don't know if that was me talking or maybe I had the mic set up a little bit low. I wrote down a lot of these things. I can't remember the questions. I don't know. I probably did do this on a different video, but if you're interested in, or if you're you want to be like a voice actor for, if everything goes well as far as the series getting picked up, I was able to send in I would say a trailer. So I'm waiting on feedback from that. But if everything goes well, if there's any people that are voice actors, um, I can send you the script, and this would be something where you would get paid. So if you're interested in that, you can send that or send those questions or inquire to the it's not the but Global Animation Foundation, Global Animation Foundation at Gmail, and you can send anything there if you want to know where the characters are from, or if you're interested in any of the breakdown for the characters. Send in anything, any questions you have there. And there's some way they do that, but more than likely we're well, I shouldn't say that, but we'll find out if there's any kind of requirements for us, how many lines. But Um, I don't really want to do it like that. Try to be collaborative where the foundation, if we get a lot of different voice actors specifically just for our features alone, like a grassroots sort of thing, um, and not go the other route, the corporate route. And the goal is basically to have all types of stories, all kind of different techniques, all different kind of animators, um, and kind of travel around. Well, I guess you could look at it as a convention, but um, there's a lot of programs that they have there where you can send stuff in. But I want to set it up to where animators are meeting each other, collaborating, getting help from each other. Because a lot of times when you're going to a major, it automatically gets expensive, and then they're taking cut after cut after cut. And then if it's successful, if we're able to kind of connect that way, we have the options of just funding everything ourselves and then doing the convention, meaning that we'll have different animators, but I want it not just featured on your television or your laptop or whatever. Do screenings, the technique, the technology available to do that. But that's the ultimate goal, and then there's travel from place to place, and hopefully other animators and artists, but strictly like not pigeonholing it to just the animation, but anyone that has to do with storytelling, um, any kind of secondhand directors, things of that nature. And then how do you get into these major companies, and people can tell how they did it. For me, it was luck, I would just say. Or as I was around other people that were artists, and um, I'll say one of them got a job, but a friend was able to get a job creating his own kind of series. So it wasn't where you go to an interview. Hey, I know how to set up scenes. I know how to do or create a visual component to storytelling. I would have never thought about doing that because I was like, well, that's kind of a weird job. But when you get into it, that's a big part of it. Not just telling the story or the person writing the script or the movie or whatever. It's a collaboration of what it's supposed to be, the aesthetic, what it is supposed to look like, character development, um, background, all of that stuff, entwined with the storytelling. So, but I got lucky, so I can't really give me insight to, hey, send your stuff here or whatever. I didn't really have to do that. Um, so let's finish this part here on shadowing. Let's get this head out of the way first. Foreshadowing, a lot of that you can take your time. It doesn't have to be perfect. On this particular one, this is the old version of this one because I redrew everything, but I started kind of coloring in everything that I needed to do. But on this particular one, where we're creating this one scene, um, so everybody that already have this part here, right? And I can send you these and the images so you can kind of follow along. But basically, um, we'll walk through all of them, right? All our pieces, and then what we're to create. For whatever you're creating, doesn't have to be grapes. I don't care if it's an apple, or whatever, but it's going to be the same thing. We're going to be basically taking this character to, for my particular one, he's going to be drinking wine and eating grapes. We're not going to have to animate the whole thing, but I will be doing that because this is for me. Basically, all of this will be turned into a vector, as clean as this looks, right? All of it will be, it's got a little work to do here, but all of this is going to be, for me, turned into a vector, right? So whatever chair you decide to use, I'm going to give you a breakdown of all the pieces real quick. So of course you'll have this template, right? Character is going to be in a chair. Pick whatever chair you like, no matter what color. It doesn't have to be the chair I have here. And then you're going to draw the character basically in a sitting stance with one arm kind of draped across one side of the chair. And the reason I'm going through these simple animations is because you could rig a character to do all this, and it is possible. Probably take you a while to do that, and we're not going to be saying, oh, that's not a good idea. But this is going to be for simple, like a simple quick animation that you can do. So what we're going to be doing is only animating one side of the arm, which is this piece here, right? And this doesn't match, so I'm going to end up taking that out anyway. But for now, right? So this piece, right? And then lastly, the hand, right? So if we look at all the pieces we're to use for this particular animation, it's going to be 1, 2, and the hand. All right. Now, when you see all these other pieces, ignore that. And let me help by ignoring that. Let's clean this up a little bit. Get it out of the way. No, we need that shadow. Keep that. Alright, and keep this. Start messing around with this, always back up or save before. Sometimes, and it doesn't happen a lot because Inkscape is grand, and a lot of times it's me, because if you look at what I have going on here, it if you have a lot of things open, it's going to potentially crash. So let's go ahead. So if we look at what I have going on here, and so basically this is opened, right? This is how I draw and get everything in place, and work on stuff, right? This hasn't crashed yet, but you never know. So remember, when you're doing things, just periodically save everything. So right now I have open Paint, Moho, Inkscape. There's actually 2 of them that are open. This is what I use for kind of modifying or changing an animation. Once I do create the animation in Moho, sometimes I will use this to kind of help out, because if you import video files into Moho, it does work, but it can be very slow just as far as the rendering part of it. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll create the animation here, and if I want anything as far as extra effects, things of that nature, I will use a what you call external program to kind of blend them together. It does work the other way around, but it can be slow, and I don't really like putting anything as far as videos into Moho, even though it will work. So it's not a shot, it's just something that I deal with myself. So that's what I use that for. Also, I use this for like the background sounds and uh, the overall structure of the animation. And I can create it here, and then I'll also push that into this feature here, so it'll end up having one video from Moho for just the regular animation. If I need to add anything outside of that, like video, I'll put that in here as well, and then I would stack pretty much everything else separately. So music will be separate, but I'll put it in here because this feature here allows you to add video tracks and audio tracks, and then you can manipulate it if you wanted to do that as well. Whenever you have anything that you're kind of using the video for, you want to keep it that speed up as far as rendering it and getting it all put together. Alright, so that was for that. What was the other ones? I think that might be it. So losing track of okay, yeah. Alright, so we're cleaning this up and moving some stuff out of here real quick. So it'll be easy for you to see. And again, you don't have to, worry about this vector. And did I already do this for the strap part? Can't remember if I did. I might have. Let me check here. So, okay, I did. So we're good there. We don't need to worry about that. Get this out of the way. I gotta fix the settings on this thing when it comes to groups. Did we already do the neck? Yep, we did the neck, so we don't need this. So this here. In 1 second. And usually in Inkscape here, what'll happen is if you import something, it's going to kind of stay with, it'll separate, it'll keep groups grouped up in a certain way. So that's why you see me double clicking to separate it. So get this over here. And I just want to clear out everything, kind of make it a little bit better to see. Undo. Okay, then his piece. And our shadow. And this is for me to go over here. And we vectorize this. We don't need that either. Save. Okay, good. Alright, and get this over here. I'll go over the belt as well. I wasn't really, because it's not really necessary, but I will go over that now. While I'm finished, I do appreciate you subscribing. The people that are subscribed, um, you will see a difference once I'm not working on other stuff and I'm just working solely on my finishing the feature and everything like that. You'll see more precise videos with just the commentary and the verbal directives, as long as and also the written one. I didn't really know how hard this was going to be as far as just putting stuff up in YouTube and then explaining. So I'm going to be taking it a lot more serious once I get some of this work cleared out. So it'll be a better breakdown for you, and um, just the quality. Because sometimes what I do, I'll explain something, but I won't put the actual steps. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is doing the steps, you know, numbering those 1 through whatever, and then doing the commentary. And then if you want any of these um, folders of the character, or let me know, and I'll be able to send those to you, where you can just kind of file along exactly what I'm doing with the exact character. Or again, like I said before, you can create your own everything and just use it as, you know, just watching how I'm going to be animating it. And that goes to um, I wouldn't say I'm rushing, but when you see me, you know, creating characters but not fully, you know, pinning them down and getting them exactly how they need to be, not only clean but operative, um, you will start to see that side when I get a little extra time here. But for now, if you're just following along, right, so that's pretty much all right. So let's not concern ourselves with the shadow here. So head is there, and then remember, just these one side of the arm only we're going to be kind of messing around with. If you're on YouTube and you don't see the other videos on YouTube, let me know if you want me to send those any of the files as well. The YouTube is just basically to get ramped up. I want to use this as a background feature for whenever I do finalize the feature and set up everything that needs to be set up, and it'll just show everything that I've done from scratch, and then maybe later on going back and sharing the same thing but different languages. But for this one scene, so basically we'll be setting up a scene with just the character. Again, it's going to be drinking wine and eating grapes, and I'm getting all my pieces set up. You can use the Moho character wizard if you don't want to use or draw your own character, or maybe you don't have a character that you've drawn that's sitting in a chair. But it's going to be kind of the same stuff. And then when we finalize it, where the joints are good and everything like that, I will send that video to you if you need to see it. Alright, so okay, shadows. Alright, so technically if you're following along with this, right, concentrate on, maybe your character is not even sitting down, it doesn't matter, but this is my backdrop. Head, first part of arm, this part of arm, hand, wine glass. Okay. Now, can't remember which one was the other one. I think it was this one. So there's a couple options here, and the difficult part of the, well, I shouldn't say difficult, it is possible, but again, I'm more of a scene creator than like illustrator. So if we look at the way this is set up, right? So when we do the neck, the two shadows that you're going to see are going to be usually on the side here. Let me see if I already put it up. Okay, yeah. So kind of the shadows play a little bit with the neck part. So when we do have the head that goes on top, I want to make sure that we're looking at this on the other side, right? And you can look at other cartoons or how they draw or put shadows in. no wrong answer if you're just playing around. So if you look here, this side here, I'll have the shadow. This will have the shadow. Sometimes you can do this whole piece, but what I notice is if you do a full piece like so, the neck doesn't look correct because there's no shadow or shading on it. So when we go back and we put our piece right about there, and you can play around with this if you don't like how that works. You can fix it there as well. A lot of times you'll see this here, it'll be a lot darker. Before this sake, we don't have to worry about it. Meaning that if you were to come in and say just fill it here, you can also make adjustments that way as well. So if you want that to be lighter or darker, just based on the tones, up to you. But there's a lot of different techniques for the neck. Usually, sometimes you may see this underneath the chin. Again, I gotta fix too many nodes. But you have to remember, is just have the angles of the neck is the most important part, because it doesn't have a straight on forwarding look. Or if you want, you can, instead of putting shadows and all of that, you could add a shirt underneath, like a white shirt, by just doing that curvature part. I think I went over this before. So whenever you are creating like a t-shirt that goes like around the neck, most important part is to kind of create how this, the top of the t-shirt is going to look, right? So if we look at this template, right, if I put that in there like so, this curve, we can kind of manipulate it to where we want it. Like this here. To kind of get started, remember the neck part, wherever this, for it not to look weird, you have choices here. You could create this way where it's black like so and then fill it up, or you can do the opposite where you can have it kind of separated sitting on top, but you'll add that, the t-shirt lines and everything else. So, and fading in or out, you can do that as well. So if you look at any t-shirt, or you can probably go online or look at your own t-shirt, the back part, when we get around to that back part, it's really shouldn't be that sharp, because technically it will be draped down. So when we come here and we add the outline like so, you can keep playing with it until you get it to the way you want, right? So this, we look at, push this further back. Alright, and remember, if you do the t-shirt route instead of just the shade on the neck route, make sure that those tones are kind of changed. So if you did come here, technically you could either make that a lot lighter, right, and you would just basically fill that in here. And when we get to when we start looking at the neck, this way. Technically that looks kind of like, let me make a square. Okay. So, alright. So, there's always like a space there, right? And if we're looking at it from here, it looks weird, right? Because it doesn't, it looks like technically pointing straight out, right? There's subtle changes on, why is that doing that? You can create whatever kind of curve you want. So if this is the, say this is the middle of the neck part, when you do the slant or bringing this down, the only thing you have to remember is this part here to make that, make sure that shadow is correct. When we get to, start getting back to the back part of the neck. So, oh, I'll do that for. Okay. So when you start getting back to the back part, there should be a little tint on there. So pulling in from the front. And now if you look at this, if you're looking at the angle, this is a weird angle because the front part here, it's not really matching up with the way the t-shirt would look. And then the other part is this would be hidden, right? So this collar is high like that, right? This part will be hidden underneath because we're going by how it should curve technically. This would be technically gone, I would say. So right, and then this tone here, you could use it going the opposite direction. So cut this out. And then you can figure out, you know, what you want that to look like. But most of the time when you're doing this, this other part, when it starts to get over to like a little bit past the neck, right? And then if this is where that line is, you would technically have to bring this down a little bit lower. So if we're checking out the curve all the way around and that t-shirt is on, we would manipulate this little line because that'll be the front part. Right? We look at the, and it's not perfect, but if you're looking at it, this part here, this line that we draw, that's going to kind of determine how wide that's going to look. But then again, remember you want to make sure you're looking at it in a way. So if this is coming around that corner, this is going to have a slight a bit lower. Let's see if we can. Okay, so when we come to this other side curve, same thing. This part of the t-shirt is going to be hidden by the collar as well. So on that one, the most important part is going to be the curve around like so. But this would just go here. And then seeing how this curves all the way around, you just got to make sure this is not too crazy as far as too large, right? Because this is going to be the part that kind of outlines the way the neck should be, right? So if we don't get that right, it'll look weird to have the neck is kind of no shadow around it, right? So alright, so going all the way around just like we did on the other side. So everything you do here is going to show not only the line outside of the neck. Alright, so that should be laying flat. And technically this would be a little bit thicker. What this part is, you got to be careful on this part because this is going to be the round part. So it can't just be, you know, flat. Once we start to get that curve going in, it needs to match all the way around, right? And then if you want to kind of, I don't know, do extra type things. Curve, undo. You can start to outline everything you want to outline. And the front part of this would be like curved and not just a straight line. Right? And then when we get to this part and we need to make this a little bit thinner, but still have that curve there, right. And then you can play around. I'm not going to keep it like that anymore. But remember that there should be a shadow here as well if you're going to do the lines and everything like that. So we would see this kind of bright in the center. So let's see. So let me what did that take? Oh, it's weird. So it would be shadows for this, and if you want to kind of use the shadow for the other side, you can kind of determine how much you want to use for the shadow. A little bit. And it doesn't have to be too crazy. Most people won't be paying a lot of attention to it anyway. But so that shadow there, and then technically you can have a darker shadow uh, right under where the t-shirt kind of is sewn together. But that's up to you. Alright, so shade for that. You would do the same shade for the back of the head. So if we're sitting in a chair, and we add shadows, right? So the shadow is going to be here because of the head, right? And then you can kind of play around with, you know, the arm if you want to do it. So small shadow, right? And that's how you get those kind of pieces there to kind of work for you, and you can play around with it, see what best suits you. And so on the face as well. So if you wanted to get more dramatic, and right now we're just adding things to make the animation better. All this is like just basically a still image. Right. So if you want to play with the shadows, you can use that on the head or the side of the character as well. And it's up to you how far you want to kind of make that go. Right. probably play around with that a little bit later. But yeah, you have all kinds of shadows you can take advantage of. There wouldn't be any shadow here because we're not at a wall, even though it may look like a wall. Right? So play around, get all your shadows kind of set up. Oh, I forgot the grape. The grapes. Alright, so again, probably end up being 3 bones. And on the head, we would be basically removing that, because when we get it into the character wizard and we need to move the eyes around and the eyebrows up or down. So to get the created and going, you can use you can kind of cover it up as you like, right? Because remember, we're bringing the character wizard will have eyebrows, but that would be not really an issue. And then, so basically, even if you wanted to do it that way, you can cover it, kind of fade in and out, right? But we will make sure those eyebrows are not part of the scene, because we're going to need to do facial expressions, and the only way you'll be able to do that is with the eyebrows and the eyes. So once you have the kind of the eyebrows kind of covered over, not like this, but a little bit more neat. So even if you look at it, it makes the character look kind of sad when it's not. The other part is you have the ability, you can do masking to create the way the eyes work, but I don't do it that way. I use we can clear all of that up. Play it down as you like. So this would end up being a cutout. Right? Because, I mean, again, you can use the masking tool to create eyeballs and opening, closing, and mouths. But how I do it is the other way around. So then, when you do create the, you know, and the eyes would be separated because they would basically sit in back of the head. So if this is all cut out here, and then we lower this behind the head like so, right? And it'll be underneath this one. Let's see here. We're gonna leave that, play around with that later. But so the only thing, once you finish doing all your shadows, you know, you get these, you know, these eyes cleared out, right? So that's the one. Okay. So that's how that would go. So once you have those two pieces cut out, you're going to just have two eyes, right? So you need to create two eyes. The eyebrows, just duplicate this, swap it this way. Alright, so we have the eye, even looks like a face that's angry, just from having it close like that. Alright. And again, you can use masking for the mouth, but just for saving time here a little bit. So that would be the head, right? So those will be all the pieces. So we cover up the mouth, the eyebrows are gone, and the eyes are whited out, and then we have two eyeballs, and then two eyebrows. Alright, so that's, and then make sure you do your shading on the neck. You don't have to worry about this t-shirt thing. It's something, if you want to do it, you can do. So lastly here, the most important part, which is the most kind of difficult, right? If our character is sitting in the chair, and so like this. So if we were to set this aside, how would you hold the wine glass, right? So there's a couple different options. So alright. So what would this look like if it's holding a wine glass? Let's duplicate and get our wine glass. Now if we angle this correctly, so how would we do this with the holding the glass? Now the part of the glass that would technically be on the other side, right? How would we fix that? Because we want to have the illusion that the thumb may be on the opposite back, or technically the back of the wine glass, right? And seeing that in the back. So first we would have to get these colored correctly. Move this out of the way. Now, think about the problem. If the hand is, or let me put it this way. See if this is on the top of the other one. So if we're looking at this, and you can use your own hand for, you know, any of this stuff. It's up to you. All right. So most important thing, if you think about it, it's going to be making sure that all the lines are correct, right? And then you would have to do what? Shadows, right? Now, the shadow would be around the glass. So if this is how we're holding it, which looks super crazy, and we had to use the tint, it would be just, you know, in this part where the hand is, right? So then you can kind of play with that a little bit as well, because then however dark you want to make it, you can do that, right? And so let's talk about the last part, which is the thumb illusion, right? So if we could add a little piece of the thumb. So if I go to black, that's not good. Okay. So if I go to black and I want to have that outline of the finger, and again, this doesn't have to be perfect or anything like that. And we can fill it here. Like that. So if we do go back, I can't remember where shadow was at. What was the strange? I don't remember doing that. did I just? There we go. So and now I see why. Put that there, right? So if we know this is a clear glass, right? So now if I take this, so there, I think that was about it. So if we look at it this way, and then we come back, this thing's killing me. Alright. So if we have this like so, you can use that to make it seem like it's clear, right? Even though it's on top. And the only thing we would have to do at this point would be create the line around it. So let's see. So if that's supposed to be where that line is drawn, should be right there. Right. So we think about it in this way. So if you have that part where the glass seems see-through, you can just making adjustments of how, light or dark you want to make it. Right? And then this curve should just go all the way up like so. And technically, if we're doing it correctly here, this would be a lot sharper. So when we go back here and we start, manipulate it. What was I doing? Okay. So that outline would be the same. And since you're holding the hand, holding the hand, since you're holding the glass, you can put a slight shadow. I would say keep it kind of separated from those other pieces. So there wouldn't be any shadow kind of there, but just where the hand curves would be shadow, right? And let's fix this a little bit. And again, it could be whatever you want your character to be doing. The most important part is going to be the drinking effect. And so this right here I would say you'll be able to darken that and then kind of swap the other side of the glass and then kind of fill it in like that. And this right here, we don't need it. So this line would be a black outline. Make it a little bit thinner. And then this part is the only thing you need to worry about adjusting. And then you can add the shadow, at the in that area there. And does that look like a piece of okay, so same one with the shadow where this hand part would be, you would just, that would typically stop here, but it would be really, really, kind of light. And this here would also be, you have the ability, you can add a shadow over there as well. Alright, so now to the most important part. How are we going to angle it where it looks like he's drinking wine? glass is not. There's actually something red in the glass. But so if we're looking at the character from where it's facing the fourth wall, what would this have to do for character take a drink, right? This would probably stay the same, but it would have to tilt upwards, right? And to let's so creating an illusion for this character to drink, you're gonna have to turn it, and then it's gonna have to spin the opposite way, right? So if the character's drinking, and that arm will be cut a lot shorter. Alright, so if we get it here, X is in the right place. Now I can pull this up to the head, right? But it won't look right because this part here should actually be rising upwards towards the fourth wall, right? So if we're trying to tilt it up, what needs to change? So we need to get rid of a little piece here, and then eventually this technically should so once we're coming from flat, right? Now we have to bring it not only from the flat, we have to start pulling it in this direction, right? So it would first be flat, then it would be this kind of angle like so, right? And then if he's drinking correctly, it'll be like that, right? And this is all the bottom of the glass, not the top part. We'll do that in a minute, but that's what would happen. So we're basically flat here, all right? A little bit of flatness, okay? And then once we start to drink, we pull up. So this bottom of this glass is going to start to look different, going from flat to right there, and then drinking, which means that the hand would be angled, and this would be what you would be seeing. I'm not sure about that thing. It's killing me. Alright, so that's how that would have to be. So yeah. So so let's kind of play a little bit about how that would work. So once this part, move this out of the way. Okay. So when it's all done and the character is drinking, this would be kind of where that outline would be. Because remember, we're going from flat, right? It's a little bit gray. Okay. So if this is say 3 separate kind of transitions. So flat wine glass, right? Next move would be and this would be shorter, right? So this angle, when we go from flat, and we make sure you maintain the same size, but from like a flat perspective, and then bring in this lower, because the more you bring it up to your mouth, you won't be able to see this angle. Right? And then this part, or what you call the bottom of the glass, alright, so then, so we go from flat, so this is the bottom, and this would be the under part of the wine glass. But think about how that would curve. So if we're looking at it from that angle, now it's a little bit different because we're technically going to be looking at, from this angle, the bottom of the glass. And the top part will curve to kind of meet that part. So, and that would pretty much happen looking at the bottom, but that's how you can kind of manipulate those all together. So if we go back here, so stem inside there like that, right? Change this around a little bit. Like so. Okay. So all with like all the different angles. Right? So this shouldn't be in the front, it should be in the rear. Right? Because you can't hold the glass when your hands facing inwards. So it would have to be this kind of, right? And if if we did go in and was like, oh, we just put a stem or whatever they want to use. This is the angle for that. So if you, did I take it apart already? Yeah, I might have. I think I did. But anyway, we'll just use something else. So if we're looking at the this wine glass here, right, and same thing we're doing, trying to figure out how this would be held, right? So if I slant this a little bit here, you could technically have it here where this thumb is on the other side of the so we wouldn't be able to see that, right? But then look at the angle of the stem. If we're looking at this correctly, that's how it should kind of look, right? And then if you need to make adjustment on the angles, just go to the, put this, make sure this X is here. So when you start to pivot, you know, the glass here, we can kind of understand where that line technically should be. And right now it looks like it's kind of off, right? So and it's not because of that, it's because of the stem part of it. So if this whole part is the stem part, move this here as well. Alright, there we go. And this goes here. Not what I'm probably gonna do is create another stem, which I kind of already have done, but right about there. So if we did decide to kind of make that a thing for us, the holding the glass, let's get rid of this one. We'll push this here. So right now, that's kind of like where it should be. Okay, and then this is on the other side. So we wouldn't see this part of it because it'll be hidden on the other side. And all of this here will just go right there. Let's fix the angle just a little bit better. I'm thinking maybe the thing is a little bit warped, but this is where it will go. So if I'm looking at this, away. There's a space where this would be placed. Maybe I already did this thing already, so maybe we can use this. Alright, yeah. So if I'm so the inside of the hand, all of this would be gone, right? Let's shrink this down. So now, even if we did the other way and I don't know, wanted to pretend this was hidden, um, you can change the shape of the glass to hide it a little bit more. And then the last thing would be the shadow for that. What is going on? So if we match that up with the tone, so this whole area, if they were going to do that, if you held it like this, kind of get away with a little bit for the angle. Alright. So lastly here, what I would definitely change would be this angle. So we can either do it where it's kind of held weird in that shape there. Cut that out the way. So those are the options. And we could, yes, come in here and, you know, build on the illusion, so flat like this, and then eventually all you gotta do is have this line lowered a little like so, and this alright, see, this is even, So bring up the wine glass at that angle and duplicate it. Alright, so okay. The only way we'll be able to do that is probably with the shadow um, on both sides. And you know how clear this would be. So my angle, I would say this would be like so. Alright, and this part. And all the work is going to be kind of changing that piece, because we go from here to from, you know, so the framing would be, this is lowered. So the only thing you have to just make sure is to maintain that size. So if we're drinking from this front part, this would have to mirror the other side. Because as soon as this twists upwards, this would technically be a flat kind of angle going the opposite way. Alright, so either way, once you get your shadows, stuff we need, head parts, right, all these are shadow pieces. The arm. Shadows out of the way. So once you do your shadowing and get everything templated in, you get this, you know, wine glass kind of lined up. Oh yeah, that'll be the last part. Okay. Now, if I was to take these hand gloves, Um, if when you are doing your shadowing, um, make sure that some of it's not going to match up with the other one. But make sure underneath the arm part, you do have the shadow where it needs to be. So if we're looking at this arm, and so once the wine glass is kind of set down, this will kind of translate. So there we go. So the shadow, which is this piece here, and this, the action of the arm, right, is going to be, where is the X? Oh, there it is. Right there. So this part of where how the sleeve should be pulling in, when it gets set back down, if it's facing the front part, you can use the undercover part as a shadow if you want to start going, super fancy, right? And then as the arm moves, the shadow should be affected by that. All right. So if you or your character is taking a drink, all right, when we bring this arm back down, this should be underneath that, and you can make it as dark or as light as you want it for that part. All right. So I'm not gonna. The shadows are technically not part of this animation, but those are just things you should do to get all your background stuff set up. You're still only gonna have, uh, you know, say, what is it, 6 pieces. So, like if I was doing instructions, everything that's shaded, that will be one step. Like figure out what shading you want to use, where you want to put it. But that's not going to have anything to do with the parts that are going to be assembled for when we want to animate. So, shading, and my 2 favorite arms. This hand, which I would probably cut out. Based on either hand, you could either use this one, cut. So based on how you want the character to drink, you can do it this way or that way. the shadows for the neck, that'll be part of it as well. Just making sure everything's done, shading is done, and pieces are done. And technically the neck won't be moving, so it's not a big deal. And then of course we have our two eyes. They're just aqua because we're using that to highlight. And then the other thing separate would be the eyebrows. I feel like I'm missing something. What is it? And three pieces here will go in its own folder. I'm sorry, group. Called head. And Moho is technically a folder, but these would be all in the same group. These arms would be separated, but and this would be group. So, and again, even if you wanted to have both hands in there, when we do set it up, but so it would be 1, 2, 3, and this would be all in one group, right? So group arm would have this would be and then this here so one, and the group arm, so you would have 3, so 1, 2, and then you can have this one as 3 or this one as 3. Alright, but all of these will be in the same group folder. So all of these will be together, group head folder. The other thing, once you do cut these eyes out, there would be a vector that would go underneath, and it would just be white. So all of these will go into one folder, and the white is basically, once we cut out the eyeballs, the white goes on the back of the head part so that we can see the the eyes from behind the head. And then of course the eyebrows will be in that. Okay. This would be in its own separate group, and again it would have all your shadows. So this group would be, let's just call it body. And everything you would be doing in here would be shading. So all your shading, and what else did I say? I think that would be it. So basically this whole back piece, or whatever character you want to use, with just animated one arm. So this will be all, so the group body would be shading and anything you want to highlight as far as that character. Someone asked me about the glove part. When I do gloves, when you take this piece here, the only thing you have to do is change how it's highlighted. Kind of like that. And then, if you wanted to do fancy stuff and things like that, you can kind of play around with that. So let's start this here. So technically, yeah, it is attached to the arm a little bit. And let's see what this darker or lighter, we'll just leave lighter gray. Make sure that when you're doing this, you do have on the edges, most of this needs to be round. So, and to change these nodes to round, you just highlight them, and then you click round on here. Like that. And the reason why is you'll have that angle on the outside because the arm is round. So this part here, and you could do like a slight angle if you want to give the illusion like it's, you know, curved on the other side. And you only have to dip this part here. And then you could start to kind of highlight that part. And whenever you're doing those highlights, if you're looking at this from this point, so this is closer to arm, there would be a shadow, right? So this part here, wherever you do this highlight part of it, make it really, really light. And you can kind of play with, you know, how you want it to look as well. But once this gets rounded out the correct way and all set up there, whatever curve and things you want to use, alright, so remember these bend parts, and if you're going around like making this circle, that highlight here should be like that, and make it a little bit more close. Or if you want to blend it, you can do that as well. Remember on the other one where we went over the shadow part as well, we're looking at this arm, right? So you would fix that on the other side because the reason why it looks funny is because there's uh, a curve that's needed on each end, so you would do that. So, and then get that kind of all the way around. Even if you wanted to change this and, you know, add things same way we did the t-shirt, you can do that with those lines and kind of like all the way around. And these will help you too. This is just like brief, but once you go all the way around, just make sure that highlight part's on the edge, and then there's a tint underneath. So someone was asking me about the glove part, and so whenever you use them, you can kind of change different things about it. Most of the time, when I'm creating a glove, I just fill on top of the actual hand itself. And all you have to do is just basically fill and use the paint bucket to kind of figure out what you want it to look like. So go back to my original piece, like so. Alright, so that's the glove thing. Question answered. Now, what else was there? Oh yeah, that part, the grapes. So the last separate one, you don't have to make a lot of them. So when we start looking at our grapes here, you only need to create a few. And these are going to be the ones that are going to be the part of the animated part, right? So we don't need to do I mean, you can, it's up to you, but just the ones that we're going to be, you know, picking off. And so we'll have the all the pieces for our arm, and that'll be this group together. And then the head, it'll be separate. And you don't have to have the color eyes, just template for it. And so group arm folder, and then the group head folder, and then lastly all of this would be the group body shading, and then the grapes would be separate. And on this one, you can just create, I would say you can create 3, or you know, how many you like. Oh, let me show. So grapes, you just do a circle like so. If you want to get the kind of color you want to use, you can choose from these. Let's say we get this color, grape. So they look a little bit different. Like so. And then what you do, create another couple groups. And you can play around with the colors that you like. It's up to you. grapes are not all the way around. You know what? I'm going to stick with the color template that I had on here. I like that one better. And a little change here. Like so. Whenever I want to add like the shading or anything, I use the bucket fill bucket here. So, and you can make like, you know, subtle changes. And just like, you can add a little kind of shine to it as well. Okay. So these are going to be, you know, I don't know, 4 or 5 grapes that'll be animated. And the character will eat. So our animation is going to be moving of the arm, drinking of the wine, and then eating maybe 2 or 3 grapes. So that'll be in the next video. And again, I appreciate anyone for subscription or adding me on the YouTube. I'm trying to build that up. And I think any questions, you can always go, like I said, you can put them in the comments, or you can use the email. Email is going to be niiiatrec@gmail.com. And I believe that's it. So the next video that we're going to be doing, we're going to actually add bones to just the side of the hand and the head, of course. We'll do the mouth on this character because we're going to be eating a couple of grapes. So the animation for the arm, drinking the wine, and then eating the grapes. So the next video, let's duplicate this one. So think that's it. So if you want me to send you all these little pieces of what we're going to be creating here, I will definitely do that. You can send that or put that in the chat, and I'll send you this group of images, the grapes and the seat or the chair, and then we'll do a follow along. So the bone tool is something that'll be in Moho. That's going to be needed to create an action for us drinking the wine. We will add a mouth to this head so that we can animate eating the grapes. And then the last animation will be the head movement, meaning the head moving towards the wine glass, simulating drinking, and how we use the head to eat the grapes. Alright, I appreciate you guys' patience. I hope you guys are having a great holiday with you and your families. Again, I appreciate anyone for subscribing. I'm trying to build up the channel so I can finally put this feature out, and I appreciate you guys following along. Thank you.